करेक्ट। ये वाला नीचे नहीं, ये यहाँ वो चल जाएगा, ये वाला ये इधर, लेकिन अब ये
तो अनऑफिशियल ड्यूटी पे
नाही हे पण मी स्केचेस 3,500ची घेतले पण आता नाही चालत
अरे
नाही चालत मी
भरपूर जणांचे बघितले
मी आता इथे अरे हे नातू सर मंजुषा मॅम
मी
त्यांनाच बघून मी स्केचेस घेतले
मैंने भी उनको देखा
पण आता नाही चालत मी हे फक्त नाही इथेच वापरणार मुंबई नाही मी मुंबईतच वापरणार आता स्टेट टूर्नामेंट त्याला पण झाले लेकिन बाहर नहीं जा ऑल इंडिया में
मैं तो जाऊंगा ना, मैं लेदर शूज भी रख के लेके जाऊंगा, जब टोका फटाफट जाके चेंज कर
मॉपर
सर बोला ना
ए झाडू पोंछे वाले भैया
तो तिकडे आहे
मॉप
म्हणून ह्यांना खेळायला देत नव्हतो आपण ह्याच्यासाठी
तो तिकडेच करतो त्याला माहित
प्रणील त्याला सांग झालं की तिथेच बस मध्येच बस त्याला बोलवावं लागतं सर तो पडणार
वो सामने 2 और 3 के बीच में सामने चेहरा ना
हम यहाँ से भी आवाज कि अपने पैरेलल नहीं चाहिए
3 देते
काही खाली आहेत का बघितले नाही आता काय
सकाळी 3 दिले होते
हा मध्ये लागले ना आपल्याला नाही म्हणता मॅचेस झाले ना सगळ्या
ये दोनों कल सिंगल्स के बाद या who's playing from that team
I'll tell you.
Just yeah.
Come. What do you want?
Oh, tie-shirt one. Who is the
So
next
Anushri
person?
Iman, then Prabir is playing from their side against Sohan. Tista versus Sayali, and then Imam Menudra, Ahan, Aditya, Harshit Akshat, Aditya Sethi. You can take a click if you
You want print out? इसका एक फोटो ले लेना
ये है नीचे वाले
तो मैम को ये चाहिए ना ये देखिए
एक मिनट देखा होगा आपका आएगा
थोड़ा हाईलाइट कर दो
हाईलाइटेड ही है मैं बाकी कर देता हूँ ना इससे दिक्कत नहीं है
थैंक यू बॉस थैंक यू
Love all. The masterpiece begins. Afni Kemba Gym against Arnathaka SC. History in the making. Afni Kemba Gym versus Arnathaka SC. The bedlam begins. Afni Kemba Gym against Arnathaka SC. 2. Love. Afni Kemba Gym clicking into gear. Afni Kemba Gym getting into a rhythm. 3. Love. Nice sequence from Afni Kemba Gym. 4. Love. What a streak. Afni Kemba Gym, with consecutive. Afni Kemba Gym cannot be stopped, straight.
कैसे
1. 4. Afni Kemba Gym accelerating fast, wow. 5. 1. Early firepower unleashed. Afni Kemba Gym, boom. First blood spilled. Afni Kemba Gym fierce. Early demolition. Afni Kemba Gym ruthless. Sticks. 1. Afni Kemba Gym getting into a rhythm. Love all. Battle mode activated.
आप अपना बताओ मैं
Shri Age Afni Kemba Jim applying force early. Spark ignited.
है ना 11
Aina Shri Age facing Iman CCI. Strong opening phase from Afni Kemba Jim.
11
Iman CCI finding consistency now. 3. Love. Anarthika SC clicking into gear. Consecutive points for Iman CCI. Anarthika SC getting into a rhythm.
15
Wave after wave from Iman CCI.
15 only
Nice sequence from Consecutive points for Anarthika SC.
फायर 21 होगा ही नहीं
Early dominance from Iman CCI. Anarthika SC stringing points together. Iman CCI getting into a rhythm.
अभी जो
5, 6.
स्टेट्स में होगा ना तो स्टेट्स
Anarthika SC turning it around. Iman CCI building nicely, with consecutive points. 6, 1. Anarthika SC fighting hard. Nice sequence from Iman CCI.
बहुत सारी
Anarthika SC showing steel. Unstoppable, run by Iman CCI, points. 6 all. Anarthika SC turning the tide, with consecutive winners. That's in a round. 7, 6. Anarthika SC cannot miss. Straight points. Ruthless display from Anarthika SC.
just 2 minutes बरं का just wait त्याने 15 चीज सांगितले ना कॉल just wait ma'am मैम just wait I'm coming
सिस्टम में कैसे करोगे? सिस्टम में तो मैच डला के 15 के चेंज नहीं कर सकता मैं चालू मैच
वो इसमें कर लेंगे ना
उसको बोलो मैनुअली करेगा
यस चलेगा
ये इस टीम कैन यू चेक दिस टीम कोड
We about to level up. Level up.
just checked it someone told me that's not coming so maybe some buffering issue
8,
or a bad
1. Jim Ruthless. Outstanding run. It sticks. 1. Iman CCI turning the tide, with consecutive Avni Kemba Jim getting into a rhythm. Points without reply. Love all. Wow. Battle mode activated by Iman CCI. Points. What a run. Ashri Age Kandanafika SC Kemba Jim trying force early. Spark CCI turning the tide. Ashri Age facing Iman CCI. Momentum shift to Anarthika SC phase from Avni Kemba Jim. Points unanswered. Iman CCI finding consistency dominating. 3. Love. Can anyone stop Anarthika SC clicking into gear? Iman CCI cannot be stopped. Consecutive straights for Iman CCI. Anarthika SC getting into a rhythm. Anarthika SC wave after wave from Iman CCI. Unbelievable. Street. Nice sequence. Consecutive points for Iman CCI. Consecutive points for Anarthika SC. Anarthika SC. Early dominance from. This is exhibition stuff. Consecutive from Iman CCI. Consecutive points for Anarthika. The drive continues. SC. Anarthika SC. Early dominance from Iman CCI. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Anarthika SC stringing momentum one towards Anarthika SC. Iman CCI getting into a rhythm. This is exhibition stuff. 5, 6. Consecutive from Iman CCI. Anarthika SC turning it around. Really heating up. Iman CCI cannot miss with consecutive points. Straight points. 6. Anarthika SC gathering steam. Anarthika SC fighting hard. Absolutely nice sequence from Iman CC in a round. Anarthika SC showing steam. Ruthless display from Iman CC points without reply. 6 all. The push from Anarthika SC. Anarthika SC turning the tide with consecutive winners. 10 all. That's in a round. The fitness battle. 7, 6. Consecutive points for Avni Kemba Jim. Anarthika SC cannot real fitness on display points. 2, 12. Avni Kemba Jim on a little run here. Ruthless display from Anarthika SC. Lung capacity. 11, 10. 13, 2.
Just 2 minutes.
Afni Kemba Gym clicking into gear.
Just wait.
Marathon point. Incredible. Nice sequence from Afni Kemba Gym.
Wait, ma'am.
The shuttle flies back and forth.
Ma'am. Just wait, ma'am.
3-14. Afni Kemba Gym stringing points together. What warriors. What stamina. Afni Kemba Gym gathering
We
steam.
about to level up.
Extended drama.
Level up.
Afni Kemba Gym on a little run here. How long can this last? 8-1. Afni Kemba Gym getting into a rhythm. Outstanding still
run.
fighting. Still going. 1. Iman CCI turning the tide. Gym clicking consecutive Afni Kemba still getting into a rhythm. Points without reply. 12 or 10. Unstoppable mode activated. Iman CCI. Aim. Who will blink first? What a run. Both players refusing to stop. SC seizing and trying this early. 12, 11. Spark CCI turning the tide. How long can this last? Facing Iman CCI. The intensity never drops. Momentum shift to Unafrika exchange from Afni Kemba Gym. Points unanswered. They are chasing everything. Good run for Afni Kemba Gym. They keep fighting. Afni Kemba Gym stringing points together. The fitness is extraordinary. Afni Kemba Gym gathering steam. Extended intensity. 12, 13. They are pushing each other. Extended brilliance. This is incredibly close. Both players refusing to give an inch. Marathon point. Incredible. What a tight contest. Every point matters now. Rolling exchange. Neither will budge. The fitness battle. Love all. The supernova. Afni Kemba Gym against Unafrika SC. They keep fighting. The legacy begins. Afni Kemba Gym and Unafrika SC. Summit reached. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC. First serve ready. Afni Kemba Gym and Unafrika SC prepared. The tipping point. Holy encounter. Afni Kemba Gym facing Unafrika SC. Love all. Let the games begin. Ainashri H takes on Iman CCI. The Premier. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC top. Celestial combat. Ainashri H and Iman C. The clash begins. Afni Kemba Gym against Unafrika SC. Love all. First point up for grabs. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC. Consecutive points for Iman CCI. Consecrated court. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC pure. Iman CCI building nicely, with consecutive points. Esteemed encounter. Afni Kemba Gym and Unafrika SC. Iman CCI gathering steam. The flash point. Afni Kemba Gym against Unafrika SC. Good run for Iman CCI. The masterpiece begins. Action starts now. Afni Kemba Gym against Unafrika SC. Iman CCI getting into a rhythm. History in the making. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC. Nice sequence from Iman CCI. The trial begins. Afni Kemba Gym vs Unafrika SC. Iman CCI building nicely, with consecutive points.
The housewarming party
Ladies
is tomorrow,
and gentlemen,
but the guests won't
Afni
show
Kemba
up
Gym
because Mr.
facing
Menon
Unafrika
forgot the
SC.
invites. So
Iman CCI
why is Mrs.
stringing
Menon
points
so
together.
relaxed? Because thanks to
Planetary
Google AI
collision.
Plus, she can just
Afni
create a
Kemba Jim
beautiful
and
invite.
Anafika SC. Boom. Consecutive points for Iman CCI. Let the fireworks begin. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC. Iman CCI gathering steam.
Iman CCI
How
find
can
CCI
dominate
dominate.
Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC.
Free, love.
Can Iman CCI stringing points together. First point up for grabs. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC. Love all. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC ready to go. The epic unfolds. Ainashri H vs Iman CCI. The warriors clash. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC. The test begins. Ainashri H and Iman CCI. Afni Kemba Jim takes on Anafika SC in what promises to be an exciting encounter. The challenge starts now. Ainashri H against Iman CCI. The Eternal. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC timeless. The Blessed. Ainashri H vs Iman CCI Amen. The Chaos. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC beautiful. Catalyst moment. Ainashri H vs Iman CCI. First rally approaching. Afni Kemba Jim facing Anafika SC. Pure competition. Ainashri H and Iman CCI now. The arena rules. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC. Inch. Imperial Neither will budge. Ainashri H and Iman CCI. First serve incoming. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC. The Mayhem incoming. Afni Kemba Jim against Anafika SC. Yes. They keep fighting. The extraordinary. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC special. The legacy begins. Intensity incoming. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC H vs Iman CCI. Brackets raised. Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC. Jim vs Anafika SC seeking into the sacred. Iman CCI cannot be consecutive straight. Iman CCI. Warriors head SC getting into a rhythm. Jim and Anafika SC waved away from Iman CCI. Unbelievable. Street. The best consecutive points for Iman CCI. Consecutive versus Anafika SC. Kemba Jim facing Anafika SC. Early dominance from 6. This is exhibition stuff. The action starts. Consecutive games begin. Iman CCI. Jim against Anafika SC. Iman CCI SC. Anafika SC. Early dominance from Iman CCI versus Anafika SC. Absolutely. Unstoppable. Celestial Color SC stringing momentum together towards Anafika SC. Iman CCI getting into a rhythm. This is exhibition stuff. 5, 6 consecutive from Iman CCI SC. Anafika SC turning it around. Really heating up. Iman CCI cancellation with consecutive points. Straight Afni Kemba Jim vs Anafika SC gathering steam. Flash of SC fighting hard. Absolutely. Nice sequence from Iman CCI Kemba Jim facing Anafika SC. Anafika SC showing steam. Swift execution. Ruthless display from Iman CCI. Battle lines without reply. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC. Push from Anafika SC. Anafika SC turning the tide with consecutive winners. 10 all. That's in a round. The fitness battle. 7, 6. Consecutive Jim versus Anafika SC. Anafika SC cannot be execution on straight points. Fever pitch. 2, 12. Afni Kemba Jim facing Anafika SC. Kemba Jim on a little run here. Ruthless display from Anafika SC. Lung capacity. The Maelstrom. 10. Afni Kemba Jim and Anafika SC. Incredible. Afni Kemba Jim clicking rapid into finish. Marathon point. Incredible contest. Ainashri H can demand sequence from Afni Kemba versus Anafika. The clash begins. The shuttle flies back against Anafika SC. Challenge mode. Love all. 3, 40. Kemba Jim facing Anafika SC. Kemba Jim stringing points. Kemba Jim versus Anafika SC. Warriors. What stamina? Consecutive points for Iman Kemba Jim versus Anafika SC. Gathering consecrated for running push. Kemba Jim versus Anafika SC. Pure 7. Iman CCI building nicely. Esteemed in how long can this last? Roughly Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. Tension rising. 8-1. Iman CCI Garnathika SC. Here we go rhythm. The flash outstanding still fight. Swift Kemba Jim against Garnathika SC. Fables in countdown. Good luck. Iman CCI surging facing Garnathika SC. Action starts. Swift Kemba Jim against Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. CCI getting battle race action CCI. Against the Sydney versus Garnathika SC. Motiram versus Garnathika SC. Sparking CCI turning the tide. Facing Iman CCI. Kemba Jim versus Garnathika intensity never drops. Of Lee Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim. Speed unanswered.
The housewarming party is tomorrow, but the guests won't show up because Mr. Menon forgot the invites. So why is Mrs. Menon so relaxed? Because thanks to ULLAL, she can just create a beautiful
together. Like consecutiveness is extraordinary. CCI. Game face let the fireworks begin. Of Lee Kemba Jim facing Garnathika SC. Rapid attack. Extended CCI gathering steam. Game 12. 30. CCI versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. Flash with can. Extended CCI stringing points together. Supreme struggle. First point up for grabs. Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC versus Garnathika SC. Both players refusing to give an inch. Of the trial Jim and Garnathika SC ready to Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. What a tight contest. Flash of genius. Matches versus Iman CCI. Rolling exchange. The contest awake the Warriors clash. Of Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. The fitness hack begins. Ainashri Age can demand CCI on Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC Jim takes the match. On gets underway. What promises to be an exciting Jim against Garnathika SC. The challenge starts now. They keep fighting. Ainashri Age against Iman CC clash. The legacy begins. Instant magic. Of Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. The challenge unleashed. Of Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. Ainashri Age versus Iman CCI. Of Lee Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. The Titanic of Lee Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. Buta SC. Catalyst serve ready. Ainashri Age versus Garnathika SC prepared. The heavens. First rally approaching versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim facing Garnathika SC. Instant of Lee Kemba Jim facing Garnathika SC. Ainashri Age can demand CCI. Lee Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. Arena rules. Ainashri Age Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. The Premier. The battle of Lee Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC against Garnathika SC. Ainashri Age Celestial comeback. Ainashri Age can demand serve energy electric. The clash of Jim versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim against Garnathika SC. Next match on. Ainashri Age against Garnathika SC. Point up for Graham CC. They keep fighting. Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim versus Garnathika SC. Special SCs for the legacy begins. Intensity incoming. Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. Age versus Iman CC versus Garnathika SC. Brackets raised. Some Kemba versus Garnathika SC versus Garnathika seeking the Warriors emerge. CC cannot create sections by Garnathika SC. Warriors left to serve SC getting in Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. The flash from Iman CC against Garnathika SC. Executive points for Iman CC versus Garnathika SC. Kemba Jim facing Garnathika SC. Starts from Kemba Jim against Garnathika SC. Executive games for Iman CC against Garnathika SC and Ryan CCSC of Lee Kemba versus Garnathika SC. Absolutely. Unstoppable. CSC stringing first together comes Garnathika trial. Kemba GC against Garnathika SC. This is CSC. 6 consecutive from Iman CC. Garnathika SC turning consecutive Garnathika SC.
The housewarming party is tomorrow, but the guests won't show up because Mr. Menon forgot the invites. So why is Mrs. Menon so relaxed? Because thanks to ULLAL, she can just create a
the fireworks begin. Of Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC. Of Lee Kemba Jim against Garnathika SC. CCI gathering steam. Iman CCI finding CCI of Lee Kemba Jim and Garnathika SC and Garnathika SC engage. Iman CCI stringing points together. First point up for grabs. First rally approach versus Arnathika SC. Avni Kemba Jim facing Arnathika SC. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC ready to go. Forever starts now. The epic unfolds. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC versus Iman CCI. The Eternal, the Warriors clash. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC. Ainashri Age can demand CCI. Avni Kemba Jim takes on Arnathika SC in what promises to be an exciting encounter. Arnathika SC. This is going to be exciting now. Ainashri Age against Iman CCI. Destiny calls. The Eternal. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC versus Arnathika SC timeless. The Blessed. Ainashri Age versus Iman CCI Amen. Avni Kemba Jim facing Arnathika SC. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC beautiful. Warriors engage. Catalyst moment. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika versus Iman CCI. First rally approaching. Avni Kemba Jim facing Arnathika SC. Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. Pure competition. Ainashri Age can demand CCI now. First serve ready. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC. Inch. Imperial. Neither first shuttle Ainashri Age can demand CCI Jim against Arnathika SC. First serve incoming. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC. First serve incoming. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC. Yes. They keep fighting. The extraordinary. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. Well. Drama awaits. Avni Kemba. The Sublime. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC beautiful.
कोर्ट वन में तो एक ही मैच है करा के खत्म करो कोर्ट वन फिर फ्री हो
अपना वो टाइम एडजस्ट हो जाए.
Celestial combat. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC.
ये तो चलेगा लंबा.
एक घंटे का टाइम में हो जाएगा.
Let's witness greatness. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC begin.
नहीं वो मैच हम यहाँ कर देंगे ना शेड्यूल अगर if they are agree. नहीं if they are agree और वहाँ पे चलेगा तो बोल देंगे.
Colossal clash. Avni Kemba Jim versus Arnathika SC huge. Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC esteemed in how long can this last? Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC rising. Age Kamal Han CCI match underway. The August. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. 1-1. The theatre opens. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. Let the games begin. Special. The legacy begins. Takes intensity incoming. Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC versus Iman CCI. Brackets raised standing. A summit image versus against Arnathika SC. Iman CCI cannot resist. Iman CCI. Avni Kemba Warriors versus Arnathika Early dilemmas from 6. This is exhibition stuff. The Titanic. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. Iman CCI. Kemba Jim against Arnathika SC. Early dominance from Kemba Jim versus CSC stringing elements as one towards Arnathika. This is exhibition. Executive from Iman CCI SC. Search for SC turning Jim versus Arnathika SC gathering steam. Ruhan CCI. Jim facing Arnathika SC showing his without reply. Avni Kemba Jim turning the tide. The altitude secu minutes. Avni Kemba Jim and Arnathika SC. SC cannot be execution. On the straight Jim facing Arnathika. This display from Arnathika SC capacity. Jim and Arnathika SC dominant incredible. Ruhan CCI. Extra age can demand secrets from Cambridge versus on the clash begins. The shuttle Cambridge versus on the Cambridge Street. Motiram facing on the Cambridge versus on the SC. SC1 Command CC against Cambridge facing on the
House warming parties tomorrow, but the guests won't show up because Mr. Menon forgot the invite. Because thanks to
gathering steam. Game Green struggle. First Cambridge versus to get lash the moment age can demand CCI coverage and exciting cast already SC of the challenge stars they keep fighting. Magic of the Cambridge versus SC the challenge unleashed Cambridge versus SC the Titan Cambridge versus CC prepared the Cambridge facing on the first rally approaching versus on the SC Hamish reaction to CCIC versus on the CCIC on court the Premier of the Cambridge versus on the versus on the against the clash versus on the SC Cambridge against fighting Cambridge versus on the intensity in Cambridge and concentration SC the versus in Cambridge versus Cambridge gatherings deep in the game flash on SC showcased well. So really thanks to Jim because I building Kaiser Jim against catalyst moment. Danish age Kandimam CCI now. Yes. Both players had their absolute best. And Garnafika SC, well, the whirlwind of This bracket's range standing game. Jim against SC Jim and Ghana Stars. CC contest against Jim versus our drive.
जो मेरे हाथ में नहीं है कंट्रोल में उसमें क्या कर सकता हूँ?
Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC building nicely with consecutive points. 4-1. Consecutive points for Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC. 12-9. Nice sequence from Iman CCI and Rudra CCI. Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC stringing. Good run for Iman CCI and Rudra CCI. Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC taking charge of this match. Iman CCI and Rudra CCI getting into a rhythm. The momentum builds. Kashifika SC and Swatifika, Iman CCI and Rudra CCI on a little run here. Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim getting into a rhythm. What a streak. Iman CCI and Rudra CCI with consecutive. Tanvi, Iman CCI and Rudra CCI cannot be stopped. CCI surging ahead. Can anyone stop Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim now? Iman CCI and Rudra CCI. Everything going Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim's way right now. Set point. Can Iman CCI and Rudra CCI finish it?
मुलींचीच आहे ना ती मोतीरामची लावायला पाहिजे त्याला मैच फक्त हे करून दिलं अंशुल ये मैच कैंसिल कर देगी मैम खेल रही है ना तो बॉयज का जाएगा उसको रहने दे कि उसके ऊपर लगाने में बाद में तो एडजस्ट कर लेगा ये लिली है सर तो
ह्याने ह्याला हे करायला पाहिजे
हे हलका होते ये मोतीराम
Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC finding consistency now. Good run for Kashifika SC and Swatifika SC finding consistency now. This could be it. Game point Iman CC 9-12. Kashithaka SC, and Swatika SC absolutely flying. Anticipation peaks. Tease the age, and
साईडचे नको साईडचे काढणार साईडला बसायला पण
4-11. Flow going to Iman CCI and Rudra CCI. Iman CCI and Rudra consecutive point. Absolutely dominant. Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim. The rhythm is with Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim. 8, 9. Kashithaka SC and Swatithaka SC stringing points together. 10, 8. Peak form Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim. Great momentum for Tanvi Kemba Jim and Trisha Kemba Jim at this crucial stage. Gaming Steve.
ही पण त्याने घेतली आहे. 3 वेळा कॉल आउट केलं.
ये अंशुल फिर एक काम कोड बी असाइन पे कर लीजिए पे था ना उधर वो लड़कियों का
ही आहे आता आहे ना 5ची. ए बाबा नाम ना 5ची नाही तरी
ये कर दे तो एटलीस्ट इधर का लाइव हो जाएगा लड़कों का वहाँ तक हो जाएगा
ये मैंने टाइप करके रखा है NSCI ची आहे.
तुझे
कॉपी करके
डिवाइस चेंज करना है
NSCI ची आहे.
नवा करू
हां
वैश्री तू जातेस ना इकडे
हां मी जाते.
तू जा ही टाय घेऊन जा मुलींचा
इसमें डालना.
मुलींचा घेऊन जा
अच्छा
अरे ही आहे ना मुलींचंच दे.
मुलींचा घ्यायचं आहे कारण की मुलीला तिकडे दिसते मुलगी इथे माग चालू दे ना थँक्यू बघ जरा आणि तिला तिकडचं द्यायचं मुलांचं
हां फक्त NSCI ची नाही.
कोडी चेंज करके लेकिन अच्छा हुआ अली दे अली
3 पे है ना ये वाला जो PCC है वाला
ये जो मैंने टाइप किया वो नहीं है.
तो फिर कौन सा है ऊपर वाला
13 all. Extended excellence on court.
हाँ बोलो हाँ ये बोल ना सब बैठूंगा मैं इसको
The rally goes on and on.
वो ये बोल दिया
The shuttle keep
के हिसाब से स्पीड टेस्ट कर रहा है तो 330 mbps दिखाई दे रहा है
rally for the ages.
हाँ
Exchange of the match.
तो लोग जो यहाँ
This
पे
could be
YouTube
it.
देख रहे हैं उनको दिक्कत आ रही है
Game point Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. The point refuses to end.
नहीं बेटा मेरे को परेशान होकर
Love
delete
all.
होना है कोर्ट 1 लाइव नहीं है कोर्ट
Unreal
2
fitness
live है।
on
वरना
display.
खत्म हो गया
14,
हाँ, वो बंद
15.
कराना पड़ेगा मैं बाहर जाना कोर्ट
1
खत्म हो
love. Extended excellence on court.
गया और कोर्ट 2
Consecutive points for Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. The fitness is extraordinary. Magnificent. Sport beautiful. Consecutive points for Nandal NSCI and Mansakani NSCI.
वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करके ना उसका वीडियो
Viplav
रिकॉर्ड
Bombay
करके
Gym
उसको भेज दे
and
बस मैं
Vicky
देख रहा हूँ
Bombay
तो
Gym in
बड़ा
top
बड़ा
gear.
उसको ऐसे करके डाल
Good run for Nandal NSCI and Mansakani NSCI. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on fire. Nandal NSCI and Mansakani NSCI are stringing points together. The momentum has swung towards Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. The intensity. You can feel it.
कोर्ट 150 मैच नहीं है
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym commanding now. What a contest this is. 3 all. Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI are pressing hard.
सेकंड इज कोर्ट 2
What a contest.
ऐसे क्लोज कोर्ट 1
Absolutely breathtaking.
कोर्ट 1 मैचेस आर ओवर
Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI.
I cannot see
This is incredibly close. Both players refusing to give an inch.
stop
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay. This is what sport is all about. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stringing points together. Fight to the finish.
connect again and see
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on a roll, finding their rhythm.
He is seeing OBS में
This could be the point.
output bandwidth
Critical.
some percentage
Full power Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym.
OBS में you reduce the bandwidth some
Peak
output
form
bandwidth.
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym.
The output quality you reduce by some percentage so the feed will go smoothly.
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym finding form.
That's the
5,
reduced one
6.
further can't be reduced right
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym dominating the rallies now.
or is it disconnected with the Wi-Fi
Viplav
or
Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym turning up the pressure. 7, 5. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym destroying. 8, 5. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym gathering steam. Consecutive points for Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 6, 8. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym powering forward. Flow going to Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 9, 6.
property का कौन
Gaining steam. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. The force is Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym.
विलास पण एवढं नाही झालं ते
10, 6. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stringing points together.
फिजिओकडे मिळेल ना
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on a little run here. 19-20. I am Kapani BKLPB and Rashad Gajwani BKL. Biplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim getting into a rhythm. The moment of truth. Critical. Crushing it. Biplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. Massive point. Could be decisive. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim in winning mode. The pressure. Critical moment. The surge continues. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. Huge moment. Critical point. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA on a little run here. The moment of truth. Critical. 9-10. High stakes. Critical moment. Nice sequence from Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA. The pressure. Critical moment. Could be match defining. Critical. This point could decide it. Critical.
This is showing perfectly fine. This guy is mopping on court 2. Currently he's mopping on it.
Next.
That's what I'm saying. What is the problem?
Single.
What to do, yaar? We can't do that. You know. Can you switch this? Can you coming? Okay.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं अभी पहले डबल्स
Yes, coming. Correct.
उसके बाद सिंगल्स
See all this open source
11,
software is nice. You know how the things work.
The surge from Sidhish CCIA
Can
and
we figure
Jawad
out a paid version
CCIA.
of something? At least we have a surety of because
Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA turning up the pressure.
it will give a 100% guarantee to fan forever to enter. Saying that Fitman and
Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA has found another gear.
Let's figure out some paid options and get a subscription.
10-11.
Hello, anyways, up.
Lead swings to Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. This is thrilling.
कौन सा देना है?
सिंगल्स
Lead change. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim ahead now. 11-all. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA building nicely with consecutive points.
आपका device क्या? 2.
Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA finding consistency now. Good run for Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA getting into a rhythm. Next match on court number 2, Nandal SNSCIA versus Rashad Gajwani BKLPB. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA gathering steam. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA building nicely with consecutive points. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA gathering steam. 13-11. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA stringing points together. Sidhish CCIA and Jawad CCIA on a little run here. 12-13. This match is on a razor's edge. Dead even. The pressure is immense. 13-all.
मैच असाइन किया अभी क्या? मैच गया अभी. अभी चेंज मत करो. अभी कुछ मत करो लाइव.
Consecutive points for Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim.
आप देख लेना. जैसा भी आपको करना है. मैडम को बोल के जाओ.
Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim gathering steam. 14-13. The scores stay tight.
He's saying problem. I can't do that because still whatever
This is
going on,
championship
stop.
quality. 14 all. What courage from both. Incredible drama. Neither player giving up. 15-14. Neither player backing down. Thrilling stuff. Zeetius CCI and Jawad CCI gathering steam. Zeetius CCI and Jawad CCI stringing points together. 15-16. The battle intensifies. all. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym building nicely with Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym clicking into gear. What a dogfight. The intensity is phenomenal. Can you believe this match? 18-16. This point could decide it. Critical. Huge moment. Critical point. Big time point. Critical moment. 17-18. What courage from both. What mental strength. 18 all. The pressure. Critical moment. Crunch time. Critical point ahead. Yeah! 19-18. Magnificent sport. The scores stay locked. Fight to the finish. (20-18). This could be the point. Critical. High stakes. Critical moment. Could change everything. Critical. 21-18. The pressure is immense. Game point.
स्टिल फिर भी मैच चालू है ना, मेरे से लाइव कैमरा चालू है ना, कोर्ट पे बैठा हुआ बंदा
वो इसका है
एक लौटा दे
Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer at set point, nerves of steel needed. This is it. Game point for Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer. Love all. The pace blistering. 1. Love. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym clicking into gear. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym finding consistency now. 2. Love. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stringing points together. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym finding consistency now. 3. Love. Points unanswered. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym dominating. Unstoppable, run by Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. Points. 1, 3. The energy shift is palpable. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym surging. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym in overdrive. Pure control from Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. Blazing form from Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 2, 3. Nice sequence from Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer. Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer clicking into gear. 3 all. Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer building nicely, with consecutive points. Nice sequence from Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer. 4, 3. The push from Zeetius CC Iyer and Jawad CC Iyer. 5. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 6, 3. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stringing points together. 7, 3. That's in a row. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on fire. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym turning the tide with consecutive winners. What a streak. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym with consecutive 8, 3. Points unanswered. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym dominating. 4, 8. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym pulling ahead. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym destroying. 9, 4. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym ruthless. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on a roll, finding their rhythm. Everything going Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym's way right now. 5-9. Pure class from Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. Gaining steam. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. The momentum has swung towards Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 10-5.
Code 2 you say.
Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym absolutely flying. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stepping up the intensity.
चलो देखो
11-5. Good run for Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym getting into a rhythm. 12-5. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym clicking into gear. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym finding consistency now. 13-5. That's in a row. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym on fire. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym cannot be stopped. Straight. 6-13. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym stepping up the intensity. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym building momentum now. Peak form Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. 7-13. Love all.
We've disconnected
CCI and
rename to code 2.
Jawad CCI finding consistency now.
I'll do that.
The contest begins. Nandal SNSCI taking on Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. Sidhish CC. Legendary status. Nandal SNSCI versus Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. Yes. Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym asserting dominance. The players are ready. Nandal SNSCI and Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB, match underway. The surge from Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI. The wait is over. Nandal SNSCI and Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB clash. The push from Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI. The crucible heats. Nandal SNSCI versus Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. Good run for Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI. Preeminent players. Nandal SNSCI facing Rishabh Gajwani. Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI stringing points together. We're underway. Nandal. Good run for Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI. Sidhish CCI and Jawad CCI fully engaged. Zeetius CCI and Jawad CCI running away.
Come on, CCI! Come on, boys!
16,
One by
9.
one, come on!
Good run for Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. 17, 9. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim stringing points together. 10, 17. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim finding form. The momentum has swung towards Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. 18, 10. Wave after wave from Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim in the zone, absolutely flying. 19, 10. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim getting into a rhythm. Good run for Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. (11, 19). Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim asserting dominance. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim turning up the pressure. Energy shift. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. 20, 11. Set point for Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. Can they close it out?
Here we go, come on! Point by point,
12,
come on!
20.
Don't give it up!
This could be it.
Come on!
Game point Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim can seal it here. 21, 12. 1 point away. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim so close. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim within touching distance. Viplav Bombay Jim and Vicky Bombay Jim just 1 point from taking this set. Championship opportunity for Viplav Bombay Gym and Vicky Bombay Gym. Set point for Viplav Bombay Gym and
पहिलीच मॅच वन साइड आहे कुठली मॅच आहे आता मी कुठली हे काय करा अनाउन्स कुठली टाय केलं तीच सीसी आहे कुठे आहे तुला सीसी आहे का अच्छा हा चेंबूर आहे 3 चीच आहे अच्छा ही 2 ची आहे का 3 कोण लिहिलं अच्छा 2 लिहिलं 3 जू आणि सीसी आहे जू मी नाही केली अजून असं ये कुछ तो आया मैंने कुछ नहीं किया कुठला ही कुठला डिवाइस आहे हा ओमकारचा आहे हो 4 नंबर डिवाइस यूज जाते ना हां मॅच ऑन 3
कौन है प्लेयर्स कौन
ये 4 है डिवाइस और कोड 3 है
प्लेयर कौन है
वीर तनीश पीयूष एंड यश राइटिंग पैड देना
वीर तो कोई
नहीं किया है क्या
वीर तो कोई नाम ही नहीं है
तो असाइन नहीं किया होगा
तो मैच चालू नहीं है कोई नेट आई है क्या
नया मतलब
फर्स्ट मैच है
षडन
माझे मॅच
6 ली 6
माझे 7 होते
6 पण नाही
जास्त
झाले
18 करून टाक 18 करून टाक
किसी टाइप करा ना, डाला नहीं है यहाँ पे, टाइप करके रख दिया किसी ने।
जा तू।
आपका डिवाइस बता दो बस कौन सा है।
वीर, तनिष,
नहीं,
पीयूष।
इनका डिवाइस कौन सा है?
डिवाइस 4 नंबर 3। सीधा घे.
किती आलं?
आहे काय वेट
फोन का पासवर्ड क्या है? जो कोड 1 का भी है
कोड 1 पे जो मोबाइल है,
हाँ उसका पासवर्ड
000 टाइप करके देखो, मल्टीपल टाइप्स। वीर वर्सेस पीयूष है ना, क्या है?
वीर पीयूष
है ना?
हाँ
डिवाइस नंबर
4
कोड नंबर 3।
Next match on court number 3, VIR Juhu Jim and Tanish Mehta Juhu Jim versus Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB.
अगर आप चेयर छोड़ोगे ना निकल जाएगा। वो निकल गया। मैडम प्लीज बैठो।
मला नाही बसायचं. आणि हा एक ग्लास आहे ना.
15-11. This is top tier badminton. 16-11. Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB stringing points together. Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB clicking into gear. 12-16. Spectacular badminton. Entertaining stuff from both players. (17-12). Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB taking command. Great momentum for Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB at this crucial stage. Full power Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. 13-17. The drive continues. Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. The tempo belongs to Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. Pure control from Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. The wave belongs to Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. 18-13.
वन लाइव हो गया।
The tempo belongs to Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. 19-13. Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB finding consistency now. 14, 19.
टीम के साथ ना बेंगलोर में बैठी है वो उसको पीछे से
The momentum monster. Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB.
देख लो ना YouTube पे बराबर आ रहा नहीं आ रहा
Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB unstoppable at the moment.
अभी तो केवल 2 कोर्ट चल रहे हैं दोनों अभी मैंने क्या किया इस पे
The surge from Rishabh Gajwani BKLPB. 15, 19.
कोर्ट तो बराबर चल रहा है कोर्ट तो बराबर है
Consecutive points for Nandal SNSCI.
वही मैसेज में वही लोग बोल रहे 3 फिक्स भाई
Love all. Determination visible. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim versus Piyush. The frontier crossed. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim and Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. The limit tested. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim versus Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. Champions meet. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim and Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. Spark ignited. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim facing Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim building nicely with consecutive points. 1, 2. Brilliant, tactics smart. Brilliant, combination deadly. 2 all. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB getting into a rhythm. 3, 2. Consecutive points for Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. 4, 2. That's in a row. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB on fire. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB surging ahead with straight points. That's in a row. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB on fire. Points unanswered. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB dominating. 3, 4. The energy shift is palpable. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB surging. 4 all. Nice sequence from VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. Good run for VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim on a little run here. 5, 4. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim clicking into gear. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim stringing points together. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim on a little run here.
I am just trying to see if that works. And also
VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim clicking into gear.
we have reduced the bit
6, 4.
output quality.
Rally for the ages.
I have done 2000. Just check on. I don't
They're running on fumes.
I think because of that, I've seen the
5, 6. Sensational. The fitness levels are phenomenal. Marathon exchange.
Let the matches get over and we'll fix this, how to do it.
6 all.
Chalega, perfect.
The rally stretches on.
Chalega, understood. Okay, chalega.
Extended walk. Neither backing down.
Hopefully.
7, 6. The rally is relentless.
Code 2 and code 3. No, then it's second.
But they keep going. 7 all. How are they still going?
Yes, sir.
Phenomenal fitness.
हाँ, code 2 normal. 3 भी normal आ रहा है.
What stamina? Unbelievable.
नहीं, code 1 testing नहीं कर रहे, वो 5 टूर्नामेंट
8, 7.
But anyway भी छोड़ो ना, अभी 2 and 3 कल फाइनल के लिए उसको sort out.
Point after point. The intensity is relentless.
और अपने पास वो अंडर 19 के लिए कोड 4 चाहिए ना, वो 4 लैपटॉप का इंतजाम कर रहे हैं.
9, 7.
उससे hopefully things will be.
Both players refusing to stop. They are both gassed. 10, 7. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim gathering steam. Nice sequence from VIR Juhu Jim.
I don't know उसका क्या लॉजिक है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा किसी को भी, उसको नहीं समझ में आ रहा बात करना. ठीक है, बट अभी बराबर चल रहा है, तो अभी इसको ऐसे ही चलने दो, अभी कुछ मत टच. लेकिन मेरे को कल के लिए 2 अच्छे फ़ोन ये दोनों, यही दोनों चलेंगे. उधर आईफोन और इधर रियलमी का है, अच्छा फोन. और कोई एंड्रॉइड में पर रियलमी है, वन प्लस है और एंड्रॉइड में तो ऑप्शन ही नहीं है ना.
Twelve, 7. The point refuses to end. The fitness shines through. 13, 7. Points unanswered. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim dominating. Unstoppable run by VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim. Points 8, 13. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim in beast mode. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim unstoppable. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim in full flow. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim in the zone, absolutely flying. 14, 8. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim turning up the pressure. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim pressing advantage. 15, 8. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim clicking into gear. 16, 8. Nice sequence from VIR Juhu Jim and Tunish Meta Juhu Jim. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym on a little run here. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym stringing points together. 9-16. The momentum train. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym building momentum now. 10-16. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB gathering steam. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB on a little run here. 17-10. Pure dominance. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym surging ahead. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym asserting dominance. Peak form VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. 11-17. Phenomenal retrieval skills. They are giving everything. What desire? 18-11. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB in control now. The wave crashes. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB. 19-11. Nice sequence from VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym clicking into gear. 12-19. This could be it. Game point VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. 13-20. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym has game point. The pressure is on. 21-13. Set point for VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym.
Yes, sir. बोले ना आपका वाला ये वाला जो आपके हाथ में ठीक कर दे शाम में कर दे ठीक है चलेगा चलो ठीक है सो विल कैन बट ये यूज़ कर पाएंगे इसका आईफोन अगर इसका ऐसा इशू आता है चलो बाद में बात कर देंगे ओके बाद में
This is it. Game point for VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. 1 point away. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym so close. Set point for VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym. Can they close it out? Love all. Big bang. VIR Juhu Gym and Tunish Meta Juhu Gym versus Piyush CCIB and Yash TCC. Incredible skills. The drama unfolds. 1 all. The Willian. Outstanding curvature smooth. 2, 1.
टाई हाँ उसे 1 and 4 पे स्टीमिंग
The skill remarkable.
1 and 4 पे स्टीमिंग नहीं है
2 all. The momentum is all, with Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim.
1
Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim, on fire. 3, 2. Blazing form from Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB.
नहीं टैप जान दो स्कोर तो मालूम पड़ेगा टैप जान दो लाइव
Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB taking command.
कौन है प्लेयर नाम बोलो तेजस वर्सेस
Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB in the zone, absolutely flying. 4, 2. Consecutive points for Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB.
देख चेक कर ले मैच आ गया होगा
Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB on a little run here. 3, 4. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB absolutely flying. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB surging ahead. The momentum builds. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB. 5, 3. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB dominating. 6, 3. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB building nicely, with consecutive points.
अरे
Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB finding consistency now. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB stringing points together. 4, 6. The rhythm is, with Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB. 7, 4. Opening points to Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB. 5, 7. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB absolutely flying. 6, 7. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Seven all. Consecutive points for Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Good run for Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim, on a little run here. Consecutive points for Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. 8, 7. Full power Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. The momentum train. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. 9, 7. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB finding consistency now. Piyush CCIB, and Yash TCCIB building nicely, with consecutive points. 8, 9. The surge continues. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. 9 all. Vir Juhu Jim, and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim building nicely, with consecutive points. Good run for VIR Juhu Jim and Tunishmeta Juhu Jim. 10-9. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB Ruthless. Piyush CCIB and Yash TCCIB on a roll, finding their rhythm. 10-all. The tension builds.
Last 2 matches.
तो ओव्हर बोला ना तो बोलला तिथे खेळ मॅच तिथे मॅच मी इथे खेळ
11-all. Phenomenal competition. What a dogfight. 12-11. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim building nicely with consecutive points. 12-all. Sensational badminton. So tight. 13-12. Unrelenting pressure from both. They won't be separated. 14-12. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim stringing points together. Consecutive points for VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 13-14. Unbelievable tension. This is anyone's game. Unrelenting pressure from both. 15-13. All square. All to play for. What a contest. Absolutely breathtaking. 16-13. Nice sequence from VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. Consecutive points for VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 17-13. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Good run for VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 14-17. Relentless from VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim gathering steam. VIR Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim stringing points together. 19-13. Good run for Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 14-19. Pure class from Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 20-14. This is it. Match point for Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim so close. Match point here. 15-20. Victory awaits. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim at match point. This is it. Match point for Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim. 16-20. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim has the chance to seal victory here. 17-20. History beckons. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim at match point. The moment of truth. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim one shot away. Victory awaits. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim at match point. 21-17. This is it. Match point for Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu. The moment of truth. Vir Juhu Jim and Tanishmeta Juhu Jim one shot away. 1 point away.
मैच है कौन है कॉमन प्लेस है सिर्फ कौन है यशवीर है यशवीर है ईर्षा इसका फोन निकाल
काय झालं?
डिवाइस नंबर कितना? 1 नंबर 4.
Next match on court number 3, Vyasara Ayaju Jim versus Yashtiware ICCIB.
चला मग जेवूया चल हो पेट पूजा चलो असू दे ना गँगचा काय संबंध आपल्याला कोणती गँग आहे मग मिलेगा तेरा लाइटिंग करके ये बंद मॅडम तिथं उभे आहेत मी मॅडम खूप वाटत होते कधी इकडे त्यांची जाईल जेवण पलटी मारते ना लवकर ना बसायचं उद्या जर येणार जेवणच होते कुठे राहतात माटून गेलं कुठे त्यांनी कधी बोलवलंच नाही बोलवलं तर
सगळ्यांनाच बोलवायचं कारण की लाईन जवळ लागली ना आम्ही एका वेळेला 3 तरी धरतोय सर्व्हिस जस्ट मागितला तर तो एक्सपायर राहील नाही म्हणून 3 एका वेळेला एका वेळेस 3 जण जाणार 3 2 6 लागणार आपल्याला सगळ्याचे सर्व 400 ना 3 वाजता सगळे मी नंतर मेसेज टाकतो हे 2च टायर राहिले ना त्याची लवकर संपत होती सिंगल्स आहे ना का एक शटल बॉक्स मागे आहे ना फोन देशील मागचा ह्याच्या मागे
दुसरं कोण आहे
हॅलो हां बोल मी अजून इथेच असतं अजून 2 टाईम व्हायचे तू जेवायला बसतेस का कुठेच होतं हां आज कोण देते प्लीज नाही ठीक आहे आला नंतर विजयकडची पण घेतली ना तुझ्याकडे ऑलरेडी विजयची आणि तुझी होती ती 2 जणांची मी अजून कोणाची नाही असते ठीक आहे आजच्या उद्याचं शेड्यूल टाकून दे उद्या नालंदा आहे ना उद्याचं पण 8:30 आहे ना 8:30 ते 10:30 नालंदा आणि 11 ते 12 वडाळा ठीक आहे 11 उद्या नसतं बोलू 11 ते 12 मला वडाळा येतो हां मी आहे 4 वाजता येईल किंवा 3 वाजता जाईल मी 11 ते 12 बघू नाही ते विचारते फक्त तुमच्या घरी ना बाकी कोण बरोबर ठीक आहे एवढेच जण आहे ना नाही उद्या सकाळी तिचं आहे 7चं ते फक्त तिला करायचं हिंदामाताचं ओके तिला विचारते तू करणारच का तू विचारेल ते बघ बाकीचं काकाशी बोलून हिंदामाता आणि विचारते तुला तू येणार आहे तू विजय काकांनी तुला बोलले होते आम्ही हे नाही इथे असतं म्हणून मी तुला बोललेच होते अरे कारण करू तुला ऑलरेडी सांगितलं की तुला फायनल नाही पार्टी असते आणि ते सांगितलं ये सांगितलं 4ला आहे तुम्ही होता
Lahore. Heart and Soul. VISRA Juhu Jim vs Yashtiwar ICCIB. Glory beckons. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim facing Yishtiware ICCIB. The Crucible Heats. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim vs Yishtiware ICCIB. 1. Love. The theatre opens. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim and Yishtiware ICCIB. The test begins. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim and Yishtiware ICCIB. 1 all. First rally approaching. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim facing Yishtiware ICCIB. The fire starts. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim vs Yishtiware ICCIB. 2, 1. Spectacular, presence commanding. 2 all. The foundation strong. The energy infectious. 3, 2. The tempo belongs to Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim. 3 all. Yishtiware ICCIB looking confident and composed. Yishtiware ICCIB lighting it up. 4, 3. Nice sequence from Yishtiware ICCIB. 5, 3. Good run for Yishtiware ICCIB. Yishtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. Good run for Yishtiware ICCIB. 6, 3. Yishtiware ICCIB surging ahead, with straight points. Unstoppable, run by Yishtiware ICCIB, points. Yishtiware ICCIB turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 7, 3. Yishtiware ICCIB cannot be stopped, straight. Yishtiware ICCIB turning the tide, with consecutive winners. 8, 3. Points. Streak points. This is incredible. Points without reply. Well. 4, 8. Yishtiware ICCIB in top gear. Five, 8. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim, on a little run here. 9, 5. Flow going to Yishtiware ICCIB. Full power Yishtiware ICCIB. 6, 9. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim in overdrive. Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim in the groove. 10, 6. The wave belongs to Virsara Ayarjuhu Jim.
ये खाली हो गया ना कोट बंद करवा दो कोट तो बंद करवा दो ना उसको
कल के लिए
2 and 3 2 and 3
अरे
Close court to streaming. Hello, close court to streaming.
12-6. Yeshtiware ICCIB stringing points together. Yeshtiware ICCIB on a little run here. 7-12. Yeshtiware ICCIB in beast mode. Flow going to Yeshtiware ICCIB. The force of Yeshtiware ICCIB. 13-7. Yeshtiware ICCIB in cruise control. Yeshtiware ICCIB fully engaged. Pure control from Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB finding form. 14-7. Yeshtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. 8-14. The surge from Yeshtiware ICCIB. 9-14. Nice sequence from Viasaro Ayaju Hujim. (15-9). Total control. Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB on the charge. 10-15. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim really heating up. The tide has turned. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim in command. 11-15. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim gathering steam. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim on a little run here. Good run for Viasaro Ayaju Hujim. (12-15). Viasaro Ayaju Hujim getting into a rhythm. 13-15. Never out of it. Yeshtiware ICCIB. The fight back begins. Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB not done. 16-13. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim asserting dominance. Pure dominance. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim. The energy shift is palpable. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim surging. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim pressing advantage. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim ruthless. Viasaro Ayaju Hujim absolutely flying. The surge from Viasaro Ayaju Hujim. Pure dominance. Viasara Ayaju Jim. Viasara Ayaju Jim in full flow. Viasara Ayaju Jim on the charge. Crushing it. Viasara Ayaju Jim. The force multiplies. Viasara Ayaju Jim. Viasara Ayaju Jim commanding now. Viasara Ayaju Jim taking over. 14, 16. Neck and neck. The tension is palpable. Neither backing away. 15, 16. Good run for Viasara Ayaju Jim. 16 all. Viasara Ayaju Jim on a little run here. Viasara Ayaju Jim stringing points together. 17, 16. Dead even. The pressure is immense. No separation. Incredible. (18, 16). Huge moment. Critical point. Massive point. Could be decisive. Crunch time. Critical point ahead. Massive stakes. Critical point. 17, 18. They're level. Again. (19, 17). Neither giving an inch. Absolutely gripping. No separation. Incredible.
Device number
18, 19. What mental strength. Sensational. Badminton. So tight.
device number डालने का 3 number 4
20, 18. This is it. Game point for Yeshtiware ICCIB.
Unfortunately सबको सब बाहर खाना खा रहे हैं
Yeshtiware ICCIB at set point, nerves of steel needed. 21, 18. One shot away from the set. This could be it. Game point Yeshtiware ICCIB.
अभी तो कुछ काम हुए ना रात की क्लासेस में
Love all. Threshold moment. Viasara Ayaju Hujim and Yashtiware ICCIB. The Chaos. Viasara Ayaju Hujim vs Yashtiware ICCIB Beautiful. Elite Engagement. Viasara Ayaju Hujim and Yashtiware ICCIB. 1. Love. Edge of the seat action. 2. Love. Nice sequence from Yashtiware ICCIB. 3. Love. Yashtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. Yashtiware ICCIB stringing points together. Yashtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. 1, 3. The tempo belongs to Yashtiware ICCIB. 4, 1. Yashtiware ICCIB planting the flag early. Yashtiware ICCIB establishing an early advantage. 5, 1. Yashtiware ICCIB building nicely, with consecutive points. Yashtiware ICCIB getting into a rhythm. Nice sequence from Yashtiware ICCIB. 2, 5. Opening advantage Yashtiware ICCIB. First luster. Yashtiware ICCIB radiant. 3, 5. Viasara Ayaju Hujim stringing points together. Viasara Ayaju Hujim gathering steam. Viasara Ayaju Hujim on a little run here. 6, 3. Early excellence. Yashtiware ICCIB, brilliant. Early conquest. Yashtiware ICCIB victorious. 4, 6. Viasara Ayaju Hujim commanding now. Viasara Ayaju Hujim, unstoppable, at the moment. 5, 6. Viasara Ayaju Hujim stringing points together. 7, 5. Wave after wave from Viasara Ayaju Hujim. Viasara Ayaju Hujim surging ahead. 6, 7. The drive continues. Viasara Ayaju Hujim. The drive from Viasara Ayaju Hujim. The surge is real. Viasara Ayaju Hujim. 8, 6. Absolutely dominant. Viasara Ayaju Hujim. 7, 8. Everything going Viasara Ayaju Hujim's way right now. Viasara Ayaju Hujim in cruise control. 9, 7. Yashtiware ICCIB really heating up. The push from Yashtiware ICCIB. 10-7. Yashtiware ICCIB getting into a rhythm. Yashtiware ICCIB gathering steam. 8-10. Energy shift. Yashtiware ICCIB. The wave belongs to Yashtiware ICCIB. Nine, 10. Viasara Ayaju Hujim, on a little run here. Viasara Ayaju Hujim gathering steam. Viasara Ayaju Hujim stringing points together. Viasara Ayaju Hujim finding consistency now.
कुछ भी नहीं खास नहीं है सब देख के बाहर खा लो
वाले चेंज
11-9. Yashtiware ICCIB destroying. Yashtiware ICCIB looking confident and composed. Great momentum for Yashtiware ICCIB at this crucial stage. 12-9. Consecutive points for Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB building nicely, with consecutive points. 10-12. Can you believe this match? Incredible, competitive spirit. 11-12. Viasara Ayaju Hujim gathering steam. Good run for Viasara Ayaju Hujim. 13-11. What drama. Both players showing incredible nerve. Level pegging. This is edge of the seat stuff. (14, 11). Yashtiware ICCIB on a little run here. Yashtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. 12, 14. Both warriors refusing to back down. 15, 12. The force multiplies. Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB in control now. 13, 15. Thrilling exchange. Both fighting hard. What a contest. Absolutely breathtaking. The intensity. You can feel it. 16-13. The momentum train. Yashtiware ICCIB. Peak form Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB running away. Yashtiware ICCIB taking over completely. 17-13. Yashtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. Yashtiware ICCIB getting into a rhythm. 14-17. Yashtiware ICCIB in cruise control. 15-17. Viasaro Iarju Jim finding consistency now. (16, 17). Viasaro Iarju Jim stringing points together. Consecutive points for Viasaro Iarju Jim. Viasaro Iarju Jim clicking into gear. 17 all. Viasaro Iarju Jim turning the tide, with consecutive winners. Unstoppable, run by Viasaro Iarju Jim, points. 18-17. Could change everything. Critical. 18 all. Both digging so deep. This match is on a razor's edge. 19-18. All square. All to play for. Dead even. The pressure is immense. (20-18). This could be the point. Critical. Big time point. Critical moment. 19-20. The pressure is immense. Game point. 21-19. Viasaro Iarju Jim at set point, nerves of steel needed. One point away. Viasaro Iarju Jim so close. The moment of truth. Game point. Set point. Can Viasaro Iarju Jim finish it?
Shuttle.
Love all. Interval time coaches getting involved. The energy is electric. Fantastic show, entertaining. 1. Love. Pure endurance marathon. Brilliant, platinum premium. 1 all. The ox graceful. 2, 1. Outstanding metal tempered. 2 all. Wave after wave from Viasara Ayaju Gym. The force of Viasara Ayaju Gym. Viasara Ayaju Gym looking confident and composed. Viasara Ayaju Gym owning this. 3, 2. The tide has turned. Yashtiware ICCIB in command. Yashtiware ICCIB taking over. Yashtiware ICCIB in the groove. The rhythm is, with Yashtiware ICCIB. 4, 2. Yashtiware ICCIB stringing points together. Yashtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. Yashtiware ICCIB on a little run here. 3, 4. The force of Yashtiware ICCIB. Full power Yashtiware ICCIB. 5, 3. Wave after wave from Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB on fire. Yashtiware ICCIB in beast mode. 6, 3. Yashtiware ICCIB getting into a rhythm. Yashtiware ICCIB stringing points together. 7, 3. Yashtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. 8, 3. Yashtiware ICCIB turning the tide, with consecutive winners. What a streak. Yashtiware ICCIB with consecutive. Unstoppable, run by Yashtiware ICCIB, points. Points unanswered. Yashtiware ICCIB dominating. What a streak. Yashtiware ICCIB with consecutive. Yashtiware ICCIB cannot be stopped, straight. That's in a round. Yashtiware ICCIB on fire. 9, 3. The battle goes on. Extended war. Neither backing down. 10-3. What a physical battle. Rally of the day. Incredible length. 4-10. They are both exhausted. That was epic. Both players exhausted but determined. 5-10. Vyasara Ayaju Jim getting into a rhythm. Consecutive points for Vyasara Ayaju Jim. (11, 5). The momentum builds. Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB ruthless. Yashtiware ICCIB dominating the rallies now. The momentum train. Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB taking command. 6-11. The intensity never drops. Unreal fitness on display. They are digging so deep. 7-11. They are covering every inch. Unbelievable. How long can they keep this up? The fitness is extraordinary. 8-11.
Come on, Yash, you got this. Come on.
They won't stop running. They are both exhausted.
Come on, Yash.
12-8. Extended drama. They are giving everything. What desire?
Come on, Yash.
13-8. Pure determination on display. How long can this last? Exhausting stuff. But neither giving in. 14-8. Yashtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. Yeshtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. 9-14. The wave crashes. Yeshtiware ICCIB. Full throttle Yeshtiware ICCIB. 15-9. Yeshtiware ICCIB destroying. Yeshtiware ICCIB finding form. Yeshtiware ICCIB taking over. 16-9. Good run for Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. Good run for Yeshtiware ICCIB. 10-16. Everything going Yeshtiware ICCIB's way right now. Yeshtiware ICCIB in winning mode. Yeshtiware ICCIB in full flow. The push from Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB, unstoppable. Blazing form from Yeshtiware ICCIB. Eleven, 16. Viasara Ayarju Jim building nicely, with consecutive points. Viasara Ayarju Jim stringing points together. Good run for Viasara Ayarju Jim. 12-16. Viasara Ayarju Jim stringing points together. Viasara Ayarju Jim finding consistency now. 17-12. Viasara Ayarju Jim looking confident and composed. 13-17. Viasara Ayarju Jim owning this. Relentless from Viasara Ayarju Jim. 14-17. Viasara Ayarju Jim, on a little run here. Viasara Ayarju Jim finding consistency now. Viasara Ayarju Jim clicking into gear. 18-14. Viasara Ayarju Jim lighting it up. The wave belongs to Viasara Ayarju Jim. 19-14. Consecutive points for Yeshtiware ICCIB. Yeshtiware ICCIB clicking into gear. Yeshtiware ICCIB finding consistency now. 15-19. The momentum builds. Viasara Ayarju Jim. Viasara Ayarju Jim accelerating. Great momentum for Viasara Ayaju Jim at this crucial stage. Peak form Viasara Ayaju Jim. 20-15. Championship opportunity for Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB just 1 point from taking this set. 21-15. This could be it. Game point Yashtiware ICCIB. Championship opportunity for Yashtiware ICCIB. Yashtiware ICCIB can seal it here.
Number 2.
Come on, Tardeo. Come on, Yash.
ती वंचिताची पण झाली. एक राहिली ना.
आता यश कोण खेळतं?
आता हे असेल
आहान
एकच राहिली आता ह्याच्यात डिसाईड
अरे पण थोडं
तू जेवली नाहीस ना तू जेवण तरी पण नसतं एकदम टाक तुमच्यासाठी परत नको येऊ ये आहे ना हा देऊ एकदम हे बाई आहे मी ओपनच आहे घेऊन जातो सगळं लागतात
मी 4 नंबर डिवाइस चेक कर
वेळ नको नाही आहे तिकडे नाही त्याची त्याचा काय त्याच्याबरोबर
जा जेव पण
जा तुला चेंज कर जेवण वैष्णवी ताईने सांगितलं वैष्णवी ताईने सांगितलं
अहो ते तुझ्या पोटाला
नाही आवडलं अरे मी
Next match on court number 3, Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim versus Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB.
जा वंशिता तो येईल तोपर्यंत तू चेंज तर कर घे तर तुला हवं ते पण काय निघायचं एकत्रच सांगू नाही तेच कोण पण हो गया क्या खाया यांना विचारायला नहीं मैं नहीं बैठ रही ऐसे खड़े खड़े मुझे सर्टिफिकेट
लेट कार्यक्रम
Love all. Nerves jangling. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym facing. The summit beckons. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym and Sarang CCIB, and Yashnai. First blood awaits. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym facing Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Battle ready. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym and Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym stringing points together. 1, 2. Pure calm under pressure. Phenomenal athleticism. 3, 1. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym rampaging. 4, 1. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym finding consistency now. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym getting into a rhythm. 2, 4. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym pressing hard. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym dominating. 5, 2. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym creating a platform early. First impressions. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym stunning. 6, 2. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym gathering steam. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym finding consistency now. Consecutive points for Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. 3, 6. First cushion. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym comfortable. First luster. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym radiant. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym striking first. First to fight. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym brave. 8, 3. Good run for Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym building nicely, with consecutive points. Consecutive points for Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym getting into a rhythm. 4, 9. The force of Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. Full steam Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. 10, 4. Crushing it. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. The force awakens. Jahan Ashes Juhu Gym, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim pressing advantage. 5-10. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim in overdrive. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim dictating play. 6-10. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB gathering steam. Nice sequence from Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB getting into a rhythm. Seven, 11. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB stringing points together. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB getting into a rhythm. Good run for Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB getting into a rhythm. 12-7. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB dictating play. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB accelerating. 8-12. The force of Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 13-8. The force is Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Pure momentum Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. The force multiplies. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 9-13. Gaining steam. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Relentless from Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB finding form. 10-13. Nice sequence from Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 14-10. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB pressing advantage. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB turning up the pressure. Pure class from Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 15-10. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim clicking into gear. Good run for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim building nicely, with consecutive points. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim gathering steam. Good run for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, on a little run here. 11-16. They're chasing everything down. Still going. Amazing. The shuttle won't die. 12-16. The intensity never drops. What a physical test. 17-12. Unbelievable athleticism. What a physical battle. 18-12. Neither will give up. The shuttle won't die. They're running on fumes. 19-12. The rally goes on and on. Marathon badminton. This is brutal. What a physical battle. Still playing. Incredible. 13-19. Rally of the day. Incredible length. The fitness shines through. 20-13. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim within touching distance. This could be it. Game point Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim at set point, nerves of steel needed. Set point for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, can they close it out? 21-13. Crucial moment. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, serving for the set. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim has game point, the pressure is on. Crucial moment. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, serving for the set. Love all. The universe expands. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu. The monumental. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim against Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 1. Love. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, on a little run here. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim gathering steam. 1-1. Entertaining stuff from both players. Pure excellence. Two, 1. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim commanding now. Great momentum for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, at this crucial stage. The tempo belongs to Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. 3-1. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim finding consistency now. 4-1. Nice sequence from Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. 5-1. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim cannot be stopped, straight. What a streak. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, with consecutive points unanswered. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim dominating. Outstanding run. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim, with straight points. 2-5. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim building confidence early. Early velocity. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim rapid. 3-5. Good run for Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. 6-3. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim setting up perfectly. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim building a buffer early. Early revelation. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim stunning. 7-3. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim clicking into gear. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Nice sequence from Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. 4-7. Early propulsion. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim forward. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim, and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim striking first. 5-7. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB gathering steam. 6-7. Consecutive points for Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB building nicely, with consecutive points. Sarang CCIB, and Yashnaik CCIB gathering steam. 7-all. Unstoppable, run by Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB, points. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB cannot be stopped, straight. 8-7. The momentum is all with Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. The momentum monster. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. 9-7. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim gathering steam. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Good run for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim building nicely with consecutive points. 10-7. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim finding consistency now. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim getting into a rhythm. 8-10. Everything going Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim's way right now. Twelve, 8. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim dictating play. The drive continues. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. The force awakens. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. 9-12. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim absolutely flying. The momentum builds. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim. 10-12. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB building nicely with consecutive points. 13-10. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB taking command. The force awakens. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. The momentum train. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. 11-13. Momentum shifts. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim takes the lead. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB taking flight. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB fully engaged. 15-11. Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim on a little run here. Good run for Jahan Ashes Juhu Jim and Aditya Pandya Juhu Jim.
कौन सा है?
Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym clicking into gear. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym stringing points together. 16-11. What an exchange. Both players showing incredible stamina. Both players refusing to stop. 17-11. That's in a row. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym on fire. Points unanswered. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym dominating. The energy shift is palpable. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym surging. Pure dominance. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. 13-17. Consecutive points for Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. Nice sequence from Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB. Sarang CCIB and Yashnaik CCIB clicking into gear. 18-13. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym unstoppable at the moment. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym on a mission. Energy shift. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. 19-13. Good run for Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym clicking into gear. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym on a little run here. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym stringing points together. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym getting into a rhythm. 14-19. Extended warfare. Still fighting. Still going.
That's it, that's it.
20-14. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym has the chance to seal victory here. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym has match point. Can they finish it? 21-14. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym has the chance. The pressure. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and Aditya Pandya Juhu Gym serving for the match. Jahan Ash's Juhu Gym and
मिल गया सब अभी और तुझे
इसका बता दो ऊपर वाला बता दो जुहू जिम का ना वर्सेस बीकेएलपी
बीकेएलपी भी
हाँ बीकेएलपी दूसरा कौन है
Start with what?
स्टार्ट विद मोतीराम
मोतीराम प्लेट
एक मिनट क्या ये प्रिंट आउट
Start with Motiram, followed by ULLAL. तो हमारा 4 हमारा
हो गया रेडी कर दिया
एक 100 घंटा पकड़ लो ना,
इसका तो लग जाएगा
4 बजे 1 वही 5 साढ़े 5 तो हो गई।
चले
थैंक यू।
4 बजे कांजी हम लोग का 5 साढ़े 5 तक ही होगा।
Can I take one?
या